All right. Last week we stopped here at the Capitol is the seat of Congress. Okay. I was actually watching a TV show that deals kind of with governments. It's kind of cool. Not gonna lie. I'll tell you the name of the TV show, but it's pretty cool. I just started yesterday. Cause I can.
Okay, fine. Then in practice today, when you say, "Why aren't you running?" Because I can.
But you can't.
But I physically can.
I mean, you physically can, but then I can physically say, well, then I don't want you on the team.
That's a good point.
All right, but we ended with this. Okay, we had some other notes here. Let's go through some reviews since it was Friday. Okay, let's get down. What talking about this chapter? I was kind of just on it. I didn't. The legislative branch, which deals with obviously the Congress and some other things. We talked about two types of where something has one house and two houses. I was just on it, and I'm still kind of on it. Okay, one house and two house. Bicameral, good. Okay, we also talked about some things of the House of Representatives, the lower house, and what that pertains and is composed of. How long can a representative be in office? It's right there on the screen. Years, and then they're reelected. What about senator? 6 years. Okay, good. We talked about that. Okay, we talked about what is the thing that is the counting of people to get like a guesstimate of people, a census area. What is the term that is the practice of state legislator is the drawing its district boundaries as to purposely favor the party in power. What is that called? Okay, and it's named after Jerry or Elbridge Gerry. We talked about that. Oh, I just passed it, but what was the legislative branch or house referred to as? It was the house of the people, right? The house of the people. Talked about that as well. I'm trying to think of any other highlighted. Going through these. Oh yeah, oops, I already went on it, sorry. What is, I was kind of just on it, and it's coming up, but what is the day that is basically the first Monday in November, that is even number years, that's the day that we do what? What is that? It's the Tuesday after the first Monday. Election day, right? Election day is coming up soon. Okay, we had that. And then last thing that was already up there, the Capitol of Congress. Okay, moving on from that. Okay, this one kind of goes with the last one. We should have done it last week, but we didn't have time. Okay, but we have a central feature of the Capitol is the towering dome topped with a bronze statue, or it's supposed to be statue. I don't know. I swear I have dyslexia sometimes. Not stature. I'm pretty sure it's Statue of Freedom, which is this. Okay, this statue symbolizes the American ideals of freedom under God, liberty under law, and peace through strength. Okay, these are things in the Capitol building. It's called the Statue of Freedom. Okay, but also we have this place, a hall beneath the Capitol's dome. It's called the Rotunda. This is on the ceiling of the dome. It is a fresco by the Italian painter Constantino Bramudi, entitled this art or structure, The Apotheosis of George Washington. Okay, the fresco consists of 19 panels depicting scenes from American history, beginning the Columbus and ending with the Wright brothers. Okay, but this is like the area of that. Some visuals. Okay, it's that area I couldn't quite get. They didn't have a good picture that I was allowed to copy over legally, but you can kind of see a little bit of the dome. You been there? I've been there also. Not a long time. Go back? I'm sorry. I was just trying to show you guys the pictures. Put the words into a visual. Okay, these statues also that were adorned in this rotunda area included statues of the 6 presidents: James A. Garfield, Andrew Jackson, Ulysses S. Grant, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, and George Washington. And also had statues of 2 statesmen, Edward Dickinson Baker and Alexander Hamilton. Alexander Hamilton. Love to play. Sorry. Wish I could play it in school. Can't though. 8 magnificent paintings complete this art displayed at the rotunda. Are we all good on this? Good, Michelle? Yeah. Cool. All right, again, this is this area. Noah has been there. Has anyone else been there? No one? I mean, it is far away from here, so I understand. Huh? This is the hall or this area of the rotunda. Yeah, it is really cool. I've been there 3 times. So not too long ago. That's pretty cool. I haven't been there in a while. Last time I was there, like 15. It's like 8 years. Okay, but also in this, so we're kind of talking about this Capitol building. Okay, also in the Capitol building, we have the East Portico of the Capitol. This is the traditional scene of the presidential and vice presidential inauguration every 4 years. Okay, on the west side, I'll wait till you guys write this down because it's the next note. Okay, but we're going to see some specific rooms and area of the Congress building. So on the east, we have this portico of the Capitol, and this is where the presidential and vice presidential inaugurations happen every 4 years when they're voted in. Okay, that's on the east. On the west side, okay, so that rotunda is basically the center dome. Okay, so when you see the Capitol, you have like the east and west flanks. Okay, you have the rotunda right there with the dome, Statue of Freedom on the top. Okay, so we have the east side. That's the main thing on that side, but we'll see some other things as well. But on the west side of the rotunda is a small chamber known as the prayer room. Okay, it is a non-denominational chapel supervised by the chaplain of the House of Representatives. You should probably know, well, we already know. Obviously, Hannah knows what a chaplain is. Okay, we're going to talk about it later in this chapter, but chaplain is basically just like either the pastor or religious leader or someone of the Congress or Capitol building. So sometimes he'll be the one that prays, or I don't know, it's kind of just like the reference of spiritual things, spiritual guider for the Capitol. Probably doesn't have that much power in the government sense. But there are a lot of chaplains in the military that are basically, they're pastors to the soldiers, because obviously serving, you don't get to go to church all the time and that kind of stuff, so it's a great ministry. I know a few chaplains. My friend wants to be a chaplain as well. Okay, this also, we see it features a stained glass window depicting George Washington in prayer. Near the top of this, we're going to see a motto that says, "This nation under God." There's another typo. I've seen them everywhere. Gotta have another quote. This nation under God. Okay. Everyone good on this one? I know some of these notes are more extensive. I don't know how long the blanks are. All right, the next thing we're going to see in this Capitol building is the Senate wing. The Senate wing. This is made up of the Senate chamber, reception rooms, committee rooms, and private offices. The president's room is also located in this wing. Okay, we also see on the ground floor are the dining room, shops, ticket offices, a post office, and a barber shop. The President's Senate chamber, occupied by the Senate in 1859, is elaborated, decorated, and contains mahogany desk, chairs arranged in semicircles facing the raised platform of the marble at the front of the room. And this is where the vice president presides as the president of the Senate. Okay, this is in this wing, that part you see in the far right. That's the Senate wing. Kind of looks like its own little building connected to the Capitol. Okay, in this wing, we also see galleries above on all four sides that seat visitors, newspapermen, and special guests. The president's pertaining in this, we also have the president's room, which contains another mahogany table that was used by President Lincoln, and is also located in this wing. Okay, if you didn't know what mahogany is, which I'm assuming most people do, it's just a very strong, nice, expensive wood. Okay, we're going to see the Old Hall of Representatives is now called the National Statuary Hall. It is located to the south of the Great Rotunda, and of the 92 statues in the National Statuary Hall collection, 40 are located within the Statue Hall itself. Okay, but the next most important thing we're going to see in this in the Capitol is the House of Representatives. House of Representatives. They meet in the House of Chambers in the south wing of the Capitol. It is the largest national parliamentary room in the world. When Congress meets for a joint meeting, it is addressed by the president, or is in a joint meeting addressed by some other notable. It convenes in the House of Chamber. Convenes in the House of Chamber. Okay, and with this House of Representatives in this area, okay, the Constitution tells us it requires. Everyone good on that one? Sorry. Everyone good? Okay, the Constitution requires that elected members of the Congress meet 3 qualifications. Okay, so these people that are elected into the Congress. Okay, obviously the Capitol building is where a lot of this stuff is held. Okay, but people elected into the Congress, they have to meet 3 qualifications. Okay, this is going to involve age, citizenship, and state residency. We're going to talk about members of the House and members of Senate. Okay, the qualifications are very similar but a little different. Okay, so first we have a member of the House. They have to be at least 25 years old. They have to be a citizen for at least 7 years. And they must be a resident from which he or she has been chosen. Okay, we also referenced to this already. Okay, if you're going to be a member in the Senate, you have to be, to represent an area, you have to be from that area, which, in common sense, makes sense. A lot of times these officials might not live in the area, but they'll be residents, so they'll be registered there. They'll probably have a house or something in the area, and a lot of times they have vacation houses or something somewhere else. It's just facts, they do. Okay, so this is to be a member of the House, these are the restrictions. To be a Senate, there are a little bit more. So basically you have to, all the same things, but just a little bit longer. Okay, to be a member of the Senate, you must be at least 30 years old. You have to be a citizen at least 9 years, and a resident from which he or she has been chosen. Sorry, guys. Michelle's like, no! Sorry. I'll turn it down if it gets too cold. Okay, so these are basic requirements of these 2 different houses. Okay, we also see the Constitution also requires at least 3 leadership positions in Congress. Okay, so this Congress that we're talking about, there's 3 main positions, okay, that are required. You guys probably know most of them. What's one position you guys think that's required? Speaker of the House. That's exactly the first one I have. What else? Oh, you can't cheat, Esther. I'm just kidding. You have the president of the what? What do you say? Okay, pro tempore, and there's one more, the president of the nope. Senate. There it is. Speaker of the House, President of the Senate, and the President of the pro tempore, which we're going to talk about in a second what that means. Okay, again, the Constitution stipulates some leadership positions, and historically the Congress has added leaders from time to time, as well as granted power to the political parties and congressional committees to provide order and stability to the Congress. Okay, these are the constitutional leadership put in place. Okay, the Constitution requires a speaker for the House of Representatives. We see in Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution, it states that the House of Representatives shall choose their speaker. Today, the speaker is the presiding officer of the House. He's not required to be a House member, okay, so far he's always been. Okay, usually they are a House member, but they don't have to be. Okay, he simply must receive a majority vote from the members of the House. This increases the odds that the speaker will be a member of the majority party. Okay, so usually whoever is in office, okay, the Speaker of the House will be of the same, whether it's Republican or Democrat or whatever beliefs or standards they have. Okay, usually will be one and the same. And with that, again, like what I just said, okay, the majority party. A majority party is the party with the most members in the House. Pretty common sense, but a term we need to know. Majority party is the party with the most members in the House. Okay, as for the Senate, the Constitution states in Article 1, Section 3 that the Vice President of the United States shall be President of the Senate. Okay, thus, in addition to serving under the President of the United States, the Vice President presides over the Senate, oversees it. Okay, he kind of oversees the Senate, helps keep it going. Okay, the President of the Senate's position is unusual in that it is the only constitutional office that spans both. Okay, so he's the Vice President. He obviously not the full power, but he has power of what branch? Being Vice President? Executive with the President. Okay, but being President of the Senate also gives him power of the legislative branch, the one we're talking about. Okay, so he's one of the only people that has some power in both. Okay, so it shows some importance of the Vice President. Okay, but we're going to see with that, when the Vice President is absent from the Senate, okay, that body is presided over by the President, pro tempore. Okay, which means pro tempore means for the time being. Okay, this is usually referred to as the President pro tem. Okay, so President pro tempore, okay, just basically means President or for the time being, or it's usually referred to as the President pro tem, or again, still meaning for the time being. You guys don't have that one? We'll just fill it in. I'm sorry. I don't know why they're out of order. I just checked it last night, too. This is 10E. Oh, 28. Did I forget to change the numbers in your guys'? Or is it just ahead? Did I skip over Speaker of the House? Yeah, you can just, you could just cross those out, the Speaker of the House ones. We're not covering that specifically. Yeah, so the ones I just skipped over, just put an X through it or something. I apologize for that. Let's just go like this. So you guys can see all the notes. Okay, so again, the President pro tem is elected by fellow senators and is always a leading member of the Senate's majority party. Okay, even though both the Speaker and the President of the Senate serve as presiding officers in their respective houses, okay, they do not exercise equal influence over their chamber. Over the years, the House of Representatives has increased the Speaker's political not done the same for the President of the Senate. Okay, the Speaker exercises a sizable influence in the committee. Okay, assignments. As a member of the House, he can also take part in debate. He can vote like any other congressman. However, the President of the Senate lacks these privileges. He can vote only to break a tie. Okay, so he doesn't get all. Okay, although he has power in both, President of the Senate, which is usually Vice President, he doesn't get that same power to vote. But he is the one. Hey, we need a tiebreaker. Okay, he's the one that usually gets to do that, and obviously he's going to make the tiebreaker towards his cause. That's why usually he's more biased towards whatever the president is, which can cause friction because you have in the House you have it split usually somewhat evenly. Okay, but next we're going to see with the majority and minority that their party in their House. Okay, the majority and House. They're responsible to secure their party's interest in the legislative process. Okay, so you're going to want to know the term floor leaders. Okay, the majority and minority floor leaders lead their party in these houses. Okay, you might want to write this as a side note on the side, but America's party system, okay, we're talking about all these parties, is called a bipartisan, which basically just means, as we already know, two-party. Okay, because there are only two parties, which are what? What are two parties in our government? Republican, Democrat. Not a trick question. I didn't put it in the notes because it's pretty common sense. But that is called bipartisan. Okay, that's the Democratic and Republican parties. We have two parties. It's called a bipartisan. Maybe that'll be bonus or something on a quiz or test. Okay, but with these floor leaders, each floor leader has a whip. Okay, we'll talk about what a whip is, but a whip, this is not a literal whip. It's not like, okay, they're not whipping people. Okay, each floor leader has a whip that assists him in his responsibilities. The term comes from the English fox hunt, in which one of the hunters was designated a whipper and to keep the hunting dogs together. It is the whip's task to keep the pack together, okay, or to keep these group of people together. Obviously, there's going to be arguments and debates, okay, by urging party members to vote with the party on key issues. Okay, so the whip is going to assist whoever the floor leader is. Okay, so say one floor leader is to say, hey, this is what our goal, objective, our thought is going to be. Okay, the whip would basically be like the little henchman going around, hey, we should do this, 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 and this. All right, hey, make sure you're doing this, 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 and this. All right, this was the whip. Okay, again, the whip, he does this by informing party members of the party's position. Okay, so say one floor leader on this party, Republican Party, says, this is my position. Okay, and to make sure everyone, at least in the Republican Party, make sure they know what the floor leader's thought is and vote is on this, he would go around again telling everyone. Okay, with this, okay, this brings important issues by informing the party's floor leader on how his party members are voting. Okay, this also allows vice versa. The whips go and ask all the other, not the floor leader, but the other members of the floor, hey, what are you voting for? Hey, what are you voting for? To report to the floor leader, say, hey, this is what all the members are leaning towards, just so they know, maybe they can push that since they're the leader, okay? Moving on, whether it be majority leader, whip, or committee chair, the party's primary instrument to appoint their members to leadership positions in the caucus. The caucus is a private meeting of political party members to decide meetings of political party members. I think I repeated that twice, I'm sorry. Political party members to decide on policy or to choose their party leaders. Okay, this is all done in the caucus. Okay, before Congress meets in January, a party caucus composed of the members of each party in each house meets in a closed session to make important decisions for the upcoming session. Again, a caucus is the private meeting of the political party members. Okay, moving on, again, still with the majority party, the chair, all these different positions. Okay, in the majority party, or the majority party determines who the chair or head of the committee will be. The chairman of the standing or permanent committee is chosen in the majority party's caucus. Okay, so in this private meeting, this is where the chair or permanent main chairman or chair of committee will be chosen. These chairmen are politically influential because much of the crafting of legislation takes place in this committee. Okay, the next important term dealing with this. I'm waiting. I know it's a lot. Sorry, this chapter is very informational. It's like a lot of information. Okay, talking about all the congressional leadership, how it's run, what does it all mean? Cold? You cold? I'll turn it down in a minute. Everyone good? All right. This system, okay, the term you're going to want to know is seniority system. But the system used by the party's caucuses, is assigning committee or subcommittee chairs. Is this seniority system? Seniority system is to give a committee chair to a member with seniority. Is to give it to the member of majority party. Okay, so seniority referencing to whoever has the majority vote or majority of people or majority party, who has had the most years of continuous service on that committee. Okay, same thing in our community. If we say they're a senior, it means they're how old or someone old, right? Experienced, right? So the same concept, seniority system, is the idea of picking whoever on the majority side, okay, picking whoever has the most years of experience. Okay, this is how the seniority system works, which is pretty common sense, why it's called that. Although seniority is a traditional method, as I just mentioned, but it is also a traditional method of selecting committee chairs, it is not always used, or is not used as often as in early times. Okay, it wasn't used in the beginning. It is still the most often used method and influences who receives committee chairs. The minority party will employ the same system, making their senior member the ranking member of committee. Okay, so the majority party uses this idea of seniority system. The minority party will employ this same system, making their senior member the ranking member of the committee. All right, we just have a few more notes to get through, and then we will be done for today. Okay. So with this, again, you want to know ranking member, seniority system. Congress has also committees, such as the Select Committee. Okay, Congress also has other types of committees, such as the Select Committee, which are often used for investigations and joint committees where members from both houses meet in a single committee. Okay, this is a select committee. And joint committees. Okay, pretty common sense with the term select or chosen, joint meaning together. Okay, these are done for investigations. Okay, also a common type of joint committee is a conference committee. Okay, joint committee, again, basically meaning a committee that is joint, comes together. Okay, it's also called a conference committee. Obviously, they go in a conference setting, they come together, talk, hey, get down to the bottom of whatever the situation is. Okay, other officers in Congress. Okay, at the beginning of each Congress, the House of the Senate also chooses certain officers who are not elected members of Congress. Each House chooses a sergeant of arms. A sergeant of arms. This is who becomes or is the chief protocol and law enforcement officer for his house. Each house gets one. If his house lacks a quorum, okay, the sergeant at arms has been granted the constitutional authority to compel members to attend. Basically, just know sergeant of arms. Again, I think it's pretty common sense. He's called sergeant of arms. Basically, he's the law enforcer of these houses. Okay, the next role we're going to talk about is the parliamentarian. The parliamentarian. The role of to advise the House officers on the parliamentary rules and House rules. Okay, normally the parliamentarian, he is the one or one of his assistants sit near the president or the presiding officer to advise him on the House's procedures. The presiding officer will usually follow the parliamentary's advice. Okay, that's the last thing we're going to talk about for today, the parliamentarian. Sorry, I took a little longer. But for homework, okay, I know that's a lot of information. We're going through a lot of different things. Okay, after we get through these next couple chapters, we'll get into more like, hey, maybe we'll debate and that kind of things, but we have to know how is wrong. But for homework for tonight, okay, it is page 84. Page 84, questions 1 through 5. Page 84, questions 1 through 5. Yes, sir. Yep. Write the verse twice. That shouldn't be that hard. There's only 5 questions in the homework. Distant learners, if you have any questions, let me know. Thank you, Rochelle. Carmel for also saying there last hour, so I know you guys are tuning in. Hope you guys are doing well. 84 questions 1 through 5. Distant learners, if you have any questions, let me know. We do have, actually no, I don't think we do. We don't have any quizzes this week. Okay, so just be ready for it. What? Well, that's what's called a pop quiz. I can't tell you which homework. It's going to be pop quiz. Just like a soda can goes pop. You know what I'm saying? All right. No other questions. We'll be done for today. See you, distant learners. Hopefully you can come back soon. Let me know if you guys need anything. Make sure you're turning in everything as soon as you can.
All right, welcome to chemistry. We're going to get started this morning by doing a couple things that we don't normally do, but just a couple things we need to take care of. First of all, is we're going to go over the test, and then we're going to go over some other stuff with grades, and then we're going to start out today's lesson with a video. So distance learners, I'll be back once all that's done. I'll see you guys later. Right. All right, so some of that was review, some of it was introducing kind of what we're going to talk about today. But go ahead and get out your notes and your textbooks. I'm aware we don't have a lot of time left. That was kind of it was planned, but this chapter has a lot of videos in it, so it's just one of those. So go ahead and go to page 40 of your supplement, page 136 of your textbook, page 40 of your supplement, page 136 of your textbook. And so we discussed a little bit on Friday how to draw some Lewis structures. I've been using them in the slides and things like that. So you guys have examples of those on page 38. And knowing the Lewis structures of the elements allow us to predict how they will combine to form covalent substances. For example, since carbon has the Lewis structure of that, it can obtain an octet of electrons around itself by forming 4 covalent bonds. So for example, if we look at methane, we get this Lewis structure. You'll notice that there's no extra pairs of electrons because hydrogen has 2 represented by each one of those lines, and carbon then has a full octet. Okay, so there's no lone pair electrons available. Nitrogen has a Lewis structure shown here and can form 3 covalent bonds to form an octet. So this is the formula for ammonia. And notice that we're kind of showing shape now. Okay, we'll get more into shape later on in this section, and that'll actually be tomorrow. Like this section is going to take us 2 days. Okay, and it doesn't look that big, but it's dense. Okay, so that's kind of what's happening here. And then if we go on with the oxygen, well, oxygen has the Lewis structure shown there. It has 1 more electron, which means it has 1 fewer bounding point. So water is shown like this. Now, normally water is actually more angular, but this is generally acceptable for Lewis structure. Okay, it's to show the right angle, because the lone pairs are on the same side. We want to kind of represent reality with our Lewis structures. Okay, that's kind of the idea. And then fluorine can only form 1 covalent bond, and so it has a Lewis structure of this. And you'll notice we keep having more lone pairs the fewer bonds we have. Okay? So again, that's what's happening. Now, you'll notice with fluorine, anytime we have something linear, the bond goes on the horizontal line, so we move around the other electrons as needed. Okay? The Lewis dot structure where everything has a specific order only applies when you're drawing free elements. Okay, once you're showing bonds, you kind of show the bonds, more importantly. Now, of course, other elements besides hydrogen can covalently bond to these period 2 nonmetals, resulting in similar Lewis structures. Also, elements in the same group as each of these elements will have similar Lewis structures because they have the same number of valence electrons. For example, if I had H2S instead of H2O, all I'd have to do to this Lewis structure is change that O to an S and I'm done. Okay, that's really it. Now, unfortunately, not everything is clean cut and dry. Okay, it's not that simple. Unfortunately, a lot of things deal with being messy because real life is messy. Okay, if you've learned nothing else through your studies of history, through your studies of science so far, through your study of existence, life is messy. And so there do exist times where perfect sharing like this doesn't exist. Okay, and I'm not just talking polar versus nonpolar. Okay, and not even just ionic. It's not perfect. And that tends to happen especially so with metals. And what we're going to talk about here is delocalized electrons. And these are electrons that circulate freely through a molecule instead of being bound to a single atom or a pair of atoms. Okay? For example, in SO2, okay, you could represent it. Let me see if I can zoom in. Can I? Yes, okay. In SO2, what just happened? Stay. Okay, I think I have to keep moving the mouse. All right, so in SO2, it would be incorrect to put the double bond here or here because what's actually happening is it's a single bond on either side and then it's a delocalized thing all the way around. And so it would be incorrect to state that there's just a double bond in one place. Does that make sense? Okay, because it's not. What's happening is one pair of electrons is just swirling around the entire molecule. It's not directly paired to anything. Now, this isn't even a metal, but it can still happen, and we call this delocalized. And so that's what actually happens. And so the way we have to represent that is shown in, well, you know, we'll show that in a minute. In benzene and in ozone, the same thing happens. Okay, and we get a delocalized electron ring or region around the entire molecule instead of having a distinct double bond somewhere, because there's just not enough space to go around and everything has to be even. So, let's turn off that. There we go. We call this resonance. So in the first example with sulfur, what we do is we just write both possible Lewis structures. There's a double bond, kind of. The double bond just kind of switches which side it's on from time to time. And so what we'll do is we'll just draw both with a double-sided arrow in between. Okay? That's how we represent it in Lewis structure, because how else do you represent something that's not physically attached to anything in this model? Okay, so we represent it as both. In the case of NO3, which is a negative ion, which is why the bracket's here, we have to show all three cases. We have to show the double bond on the left side, we have to show the double bond on the right side, and we have to show the double bond on the bottom. And really what's happening is that's a ring of delocalized electrons. Does that make sense? Hovering around the entire shape of the molecule. And that's it. That's as far as I'm going. Okay? And you might be like, that wasn't a lot. Yeah, I know. This was planned to be a shorter lesson. Okay, but this is the idea here. Okay, with delocalized electrons, you have to put both types of bonding. We'll talk more about why the shape happens tomorrow in that class. We'll start out the class with a video, and then we'll finish out 9.2. All right? So that's it, and I will see you guys later.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started today. We're going to be on page number 68, 4.1, budgeting time. Have you ever known someone that for whatever reason, they just seem to get a whole bunch more work done than everyone else? Or have you known someone, or maybe you are someone, that doesn't matter what you do, you just can never seem to get things done on time? Okay? We're going to be talking about budgeting time today. No matter how you look at it, everyone has the same amount of time in a day. Everyone has the same amount of time in a month, in a week. Doesn't matter how you break it down, everybody has the same amount of time. There's only 24 hours in a day. Okay? A familiar saying is, I just don't have time. Why do some people never seem to have enough time while others have time to do what they ought to do and many things that they want to do? Since all people actually have the same amount of time, the answer lies in how the time is being managed. You guys need to be able to manage your time properly. Both Ephesians 5:16 and Colossians 4:5 admonish Christians to use available time wisely to accomplish God-approved goals, to compensate for time that was wasted in the past. A time budget is a schedule for every hour of every day, is a tool used by many people to help them make the best use of their time. Okay, you ought to budget your time. There are some things that you know you're going to have to do every single day. Okay? You know that you're going to have to get enough sleep every night. Okay? For you guys being teenagers, you usually need to get at least 8 hours of sleep. Okay? You guys, in order to focus and to accomplish what you need to focus, you should be scheduling yourself for 8 hours of sleep every night. You know that typically your school day, you're going to be here from 8:30 to 3 o'clock. Some of you get to leave early, but for the most part, the whole school day is 8:30 to 3 o'clock. So you know you have that time budgeted out, so you know from 8:30 to 3 o'clock, those 6.5 hours, your time is being used. You know that you're going to have to eat sometime during the day. So you're going to have to budget time during that. Eating during the day does not count as eating in class. Put the food away. Okay? You know in the morning you're going to have to get ready to go to school or get ready for your day. I'm hoping that every one of you showers at least once a day. So how long does it take you to shower? How long does it take you to get ready after you shower? Do you shower in the morning or do you shower at night? These are all things you're going to think about with your time budget. Okay? Along with your time budget, you can actually budget time within it as far as you know from 8:30 to 3 o'clock you're going to be at school. You know your time is budgeted out for every class. But if you have extra time in a class, what are you using the time for? Are you using it to actually do your homework? Or are you using it to talk to friends? Or are you using it to goof around or do something else? So when it comes time for you to actually do your homework and you get done with school for the day, you go home with 3 or 4 hours of homework because you didn't use your time properly. Okay? Let's look at model problem number 1 here. Since Ned arrives home from school at 4 p.m. and goes to bed at 10 p.m., he has 6 hours each evening to be planned. He has household duties that require about 30 minutes per day. He estimates 2 hours for homework. Eating supper requires an additional 30 minutes. How many of his after-school hours are scheduled? What percent of available time is scheduled? So he has 2 hours of homework. He has 30 minutes for chores and 30 minutes for eating. So he uses up 3 hours of time, and he has 3 hours of time left over. So he has used 50% of his time. So that 3 hours is free time. Time that he can use for whatever he wants to do. All right? Problem number 2. Tammy failed 2 tests in school one day and determined to find out why. She listed her possible study times and how she used the previous days. Identify the amount of time available for study during which she chose to do something else. So she has study hall from 1:30 to 2:20, in which instead of studying, she read a magazine. So that's 50 minutes she wasted. From 4:30 to 6 o'clock, she went to a friend's house and played video games. So that's another hour and a half she wasted. She ate from 6 to 6:30. She watched TV from 6:30 to 9:30. And she studied at the end of the day for a half an hour from 9:30 to 10. So how much wasted time does she actually have? So she could have used study hall, that's 50 minutes. She went to a friend's house, that's an hour and a half. And she watched TV for 3 hours. She spent a total of 5 hours and 20 minutes wasting time. So it was her choice to study or not study, and she wasted that time and she failed her test. Okay. What you guys are going to do for homework tonight is page 71. Page 71. Okay? Page 71. You're going to figure out percent of hours that are used. I was going to have you guys make a time budget, but decided not to. So page 71, that's your homework for tonight. If you have any questions, you can ask me. I did not get your test graded over the weekend. I had some other stuff going on, but I will get it to you by the end of the week. Okay?
Okay, take out your literature books and turn to page number 58. Okay, page 58. Just a little bit of review from the last time. Okay, what was the name of the martyr that was from the town where he suffered and died for his faith? What was the name of the martyr that we learned in from the book of Martyrs by John Fox? Okay, Dr. Roland Taylor. What town was he from? Hadley. Okay. And then remember we said how he was accused of blaspheming the Blessed Sacrament. Okay, so that sacrament, yes, but the sacrament was against the Holy Mass. Okay, so yes, he was accused of the Blessed Sacrament, but that specific sacrament was Holy Mass. Just letting you guys know. All right, so he was accused of blaspheming the Blessed Sacrament of the Holy Mass, so he was condemned to death. Okay. True or false? He was allowed to go back to Hadley. True or false? He was? He wasn't allowed to go back to Hadley? Okay, he was. He was allowed to go back to Hadley, which is his hometown. Okay, remember how we said that that's where he wrote a letter to his family? And then he was saying how God had a purpose to his family. Okay, and then he also wrote a letter to the church and to his friends, warning them of false teachers, okay? And then the entire time we said that he was joyful and merry on the way back to his town. And then even then he was giving alms to the poor. He gave Seuss, which was one of the officers that arrested him and had him in custody. Okay, he gave Seuss his shoes. He was giving alms to the poor. Different things like that, and then he ended up dying by burning of the stake, and that is Dr. Roland Taylor of the Book of Martyrs, written by John Fox. Okay, turn to page 58. Let's talk about English poetry today. For those of you in distance learning, please comment that you are here. Okay, English poetry, rhyme, rhythm, and meter. All right, let's go ahead and look at those in our books on page 58. Okay. Two of the most appealing qualities of poetry are the combinations of sounds and the movement of words. That's what kind of appeals, that is appealing about poetry, that what draws the line or the reader in, okay? The movement of words and the combinations of sounds. When a poet chooses his words carefully and arranges them properly, they express a musical quality, which we get the use of rhyme. The rhyme is the correspondence of sounds. Make sure you guys know that. Okay. Rhythm, the regular recurrence of sounds. So even if you didn't know literature, we kind of know what rhyming is in like songs, different things like that. Rhythm, the regular recurrence of sounds. That's what we like about songs. The beat, okay, that's kind of the same thing for poems. Rhythm is the recurrence of sounds. All right. And rhyme is the repetition of accented or stressed vowel sound and all succeeding sounds in words which come at the ends of the line of poetry. So we kind of know end rhymes. Okay, that's kind of the same thing as rhymes, but end rhyme is the word that comes at the end line of the poetry. Okay, look at your example. How small a part of time they share, that are so wondrous, sweet, and fair. So share and fair is your end rhyme. Since those rhyme, those are distinguished or characterized by the letter A. If you guys see that, rhyme may be indicated by using letters to show rhyming sounds. So if two more lines in that stanza matched the rhyme, the end rhyme, then those stanzas would be labeled as letter A. However, if they have different words that rhyme together, those would be characterized as the second end rhyme, which would be letter B. We'll explain that in a second, okay? End rhyme is the repetition of accented or stressed vowel sound and all succeeding sounds in words which come at the ends of lines of poetry. All right, let's look at the meter. To enjoy and understand the meter or measured rhythm of poem, okay, a meter is a measured rhythm of poem. Make sure you know that, okay? Even if you're not writing it down, highlight it in your book somehow. Okay, you guys will need to know these for future quizzes. Okay, a meter is a measured rhythm of a poem. So there's a pattern of accented or stressed and unaccented, unstressed syllables. Those must be recognized. That's how you recognize a meter. It's by the pattern of accented and unaccented syllables. Okay. The pattern in a line of poetry consisting of one accented syllable and one or two unaccented syllables is called a foot. Okay, highlight that as well. Okay, the pattern in a line of poetry consisting of one accented syllable and one or two unaccented syllables is called a foot. That is the pattern within a line of poetry. So a foot consists of one stressed syllable and one or two unstressed syllables. Okay, we'll practice these in a second. But in English, the basic 4 feet, okay, know these are the I am, which is one unaccented syllable followed by an accented syllable. Okay. The trochee, it's an accented followed by an unaccented one. That's just the opposite of an I am. Okay. The anapest, which are 2 unaccented syllables, which is followed by an accented one. Okay, the dactyl, it's an accented syllable followed by 2 unaccented ones. Okay, so those are the basic 4 feet in English. All right, but in addition to these 4 feet, there may be the spondee, which are 2 accented syllables, or a monosyllabic foot, which is consisting of 1 accented syllable. So look at your chart, okay? Chart A. The name of the foot is I am. The example, if you guys see the short accents over the letter A, and then the long stressed syllable over the word way. So it is a short accented syllable and then followed by an accented syllable. Sorry, short unaccented syllable, which is characterized by this one right here. It's like a little smiley face. Okay, that is unaccented. Then the stressed syllable is characterized by this like a little apostrophe or tassel at the top. That is the accented syllable. All right. So in an I am, the example is a way. So short, long. Okay. The name of the meter is an iambic. All right. So that is the meter. Name of the foot, I am. All right. Let's look at a trochee. That's the opposite. You guys look on page number 58. We are on chart A. Okay, a trochee is a long and short, okay, or an accented followed by an unaccented syllable. So maybe. So I would stress the first syllable, and then the second syllable is short. That's the opposite of I am, okay? Look at your example for anapest. It's 2 short, 1 long. If you guys see that. Intercede. Seed is stressed. In and ter are short or unstressed. Okay, dactyl. Your example is it's a long, short, short. So anapest is short, short, long. Dactyl is long, short, short. Happily. Okay. Same thing with the spondee. Both are. There are 2 accented syllables, so playmate. None is short, and then a monosyllabic. It's kind of self-explanatory. Mono is 1. There's 1 syllable. It's just 1 accented syllable, like the word go or to, different things like that. Okay. So after we determine the predominant type of foot, okay, these I am, trochee, anapest, dactyl, those are called feet or foot. Okay, after we determine the type of foot, then you count the number of feet in each line. So, in a line of poetry, it'll tell you how many feet there are in each line. So, for example, there are 5 syllables in a line, or 4 syllables in a line. That'll tell you, you determine how many feet are in a line. So, a line usually consists or contains 3, 4, or 5 feet. The name for the line lengths are as followed. Okay, there's a manometer. Highlight this, okay, which is a 1 foot. A diameter, okay, which are 2 feet, kind of self-explanatory. Trimeter, 3 feet. Tetrameter, 4. Pentameter, 5 feet. Hexameter, 6 feet. Heptameter, 7. Octameter, 8. Okay, so we know mono, di, tri, tetra, penta from, from different subjects like math. Those will help us know how many feet are there in a meter, okay, or how many feet there are in a line, okay? So to describe the meter, then name the foot and the line that are given, okay? So we know that meters are measured rhythm of poem. That's a measured rhythm of poem. That's a meter. We just said the foot, which is the pattern. So those would be iamb, trochee, anapis, dactyl, different things like that. So look at our example. All right, in chart number B, or chart letter B, okay? This is an example of iambic pentameter. So iambic, there is a short and a long accent, and there are 5 feet within that line. So from nature, doth, emotion, come, and moods. Okay, that's 5. All right, that's 5 syllables within the line. Therefore, we get pentameter. All right. Then the way that we get iambic is if we look at the accents. So we don't say from nature. So the first one is from nature. Okay. Nay is long, from is short. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. If you guys look, it'll explain it. So make sure you guys are looking on chart B. All right. So it's short and long, therefore it is iamb, or an iambic pentameter. Okay, let's look at the second example. Okay, this one is a trochaic tetrameter. All right, you guys can look at the tetrameter because there's 3. So double, double, toil, and trouble. Okay, tetra is 4. I'm sorry. Double, double, toil, and trouble. Does that make sense? That's why it's a tetrameter. There's 4 syllables. Okay, the reason why it's trochaic is because the accent is long then short. Okay, so you wouldn't say double. The end of bull would not be accented. The first syllable in double is accented, so it's double, double, toil and trouble. That is why it's trochaic. Okay, is it making any sense? No? All right. So let's look at the third example, okay? Anapestic trimeter, okay? So that is 3. So tri means 3, meter is how many feet there are in a line. And the sound of a voice that is still. So there's 3 syllables or 3 feet within that line. That's why it is a trimeter, okay? Anapest, okay, that is 2 short, 1 long. Okay, and the sound is accented, voice is accented, still is accented. There are 2 shorts before a long. Okay, that is why it's anapest. Okay, and then there's the dactylic dimeter where there's 2 feet, and then trochaic monometer, there's 1. So Adam, and then Hayden, different things like that. Okay, that's how you can distinguish different feet. All right, let's look at the board. All right, this is from actually the work that you should have read over the weekend from the Fairy Queen. Okay, so this is an iambic pentameter because if you guys look at your chart for iamb. Okay, it consists of 1 short and 1 long. Okay, pentameter because there is 5 feet in that line. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that is why it's a pentameter. Okay, it's iamb because there's 1 short and 1 long. His angry steed did chide his foaming bit. Okay, same thing with the next line. As much as disdain into the curb to yield. Okay, disdain is 1 long accent. All right, so this one is from a different work. Okay, that one is from Sweet Afton by Robert Burns, this one is an anapestic tetrameter, okay? The reason why is because there's 4 tetra, yes? Sorry? Steed is foaming, but as much as disdaining to the curb to yield. Oh, angry steed, sorry. Okay. Angry steed did chide his short foaming bit, as much as disdain. This is your long one. Short, long, short, long, short, long. Does that make sense? Okay, that is iambic. Okay, let's look at the second one. This is, let's see if we can figure it out. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. So we know it's tetra, but let's try to find the foot, okay? It's characterized by short, then long, short, short, long, short, short, long, short, short, long. So what is 2 shorts and 1 long? Anapestic, okay? So this is an anapestic tetrameter because there's 4 feet, which is a meter, all right? And then there is 2 shorts and 1 long. So that's how you characterize different kinds of poems. So let's go ahead and look, okay? Let's go ahead and look at the Fairy Queen on page 59, okay? So iambic pentameter, that is kind of a favorite. It's a favorite for English because it's a natural kind of movement. Okay, then blank verse, it's unrhymed iambic pentameter. There's 5 within that line, but it doesn't really rhyme with the next line. That's why it's called a blank verse. All right, and then the last one, Spenserian stanza. It's a 9-line stanza having a rhyme scheme of A, B, A, B, B, C, B, C, C. Okay, so kind of what we were talking about, the end rhyme. All right, the end rhyme, remember, is the repetition of accented or stressed vowel sounds and all succeeding sounds in which come at the end. So if you guys look at A, B, A, B, B, C, B, C, C, okay, the line, the first letter is characterized for the first line. The second is B, okay, we'll kind of explain that in a second. Let's look at the Fairy Queen, all right? So first, some background. All right, it's a romantic allegory. Make sure you guys know this about the Fairy Queen. Okay, we know an allegory is kind of like a story, a narrative story that's used to portray different things like death or different personifications of ideals. So we saw that in when we were studying the work about death and good deeds. Okay, that one is kind of an allegory. Okay, this allegory was, it came out during the medieval literature period, but then Spenser kind of did the romantic allegory during the Elizabethan period. Okay, so Edmund Spenser, he wrote The Fairy Queen. Okay, some background about Edmund Spenser, if you guys look on page number 61, he's often referred to by his own contemporaries as the poet's poet. Make sure you highlight that about him, okay? He was referred to as the poet's poet, okay? And then in this Fairy Queen, if you guys look on page 59, it kind of gives you the purposes for the Fairy Queen, okay? So Spenser intended for the Fairy Queen, or each book, it's supposed to be an allegorical epic romance. He intended this to have 12 books, but then he wasn't able to finish 12 books. He was only able to write 6, and then he was working on the 7th when he died. But the purpose of this book was to teach 12 moral virtues, okay, such as like holiness, temperance, chastity, different things like that. That is what his the allegorical aspect came from. Okay, and then each virtue being personified in one of Prince Arthur's knights. So that's where the allegorical aspect came from. Obviously, the romance aspect came from the knights trying to save people, trying to save princesses, different things like that. Okay, so the background of the Fairy Queen. Okay, the Fairy Queen, her name is Gloriana, out of this book. Okay, she was used to represent Queen Elizabeth. represented Queen Elizabeth, so she's symbolized in this work. Okay, the Fairy Queen. We read about the Gentle Knight or the Red Cross Knight. Okay, the Red Cross Knight depicts the virtue of holiness. Okay, we are in our background on page 59. Okay, the Red Cross Knight depicts the virtue of holiness, and then there is a Virgin Una in this story. She depicts truth. Okay, and then in the first part of the canto included here, the Red Cross Knight sets out at the command of Gloriana to rescue the Virgin Una's parents, who have been captured and imprisoned by a dragon. During this part of his adventure, the Red Knight encounters and defeats a hideous monster. His name was Error. Okay, so the monster kind of depicted Error. Okay, so about this story, in this story, it was kind of like Beowulf in a sense, where there's a knight trying to defeat different monsters. So the monster Error, he's trying to defeat him because he stole Una's parents. He had them captive. Okay, so if you guys see in lines number 1, okay, it says, a gentle knight was pricking on the plain, clad in mighty arms and silver shield, wherein old dents of deep wounds did remain, the cruel marks of many a bloody field. Okay, if you guys look at that on the end rhyme, okay, if you guys notice how lines number 1 and lines number 2 rhyme. Okay, you guys see that? So in an end rhyme, I would put the letter A for the first rhyme for both of those lines. Okay, plain and remain both rhyme. Those are rhyme scheme letter A. Okay, if you guys see lines 2 and 4, how those rhyme. Okay, shield and field wield. Okay, even lines number 5, I would put the rhyme scheme of letter B because that's the second rhyme within that stanza. So the rhyme scheme would be A, B, A, B, B. Does that make sense to everybody? That's what a rhyme scheme is, okay? So, guys, look at your definition of rhyme scheme, okay? Rhyme scheme or rhyme or end rhyme, it's the repetition of accented or stressed vowel sound and all the succeeding sounds in words which come at the ends of the line of poetry. So that is called the end rhyme. End rhymes are characterized by the letter or by letters. Okay, so let's look at the first one. Okay, so if you guys look on first line number 1, a gentle knight was pricking on the plain. Okay, so this is the end of my first line. Okay, so that is my first rhyme. That would be letter A. Okay, look at the second one. Clad in mighty arms and silver shield. Okay, shield comes at the end. Okay, so that is another rhyme within this stanza that would be characterized by letter B. Okay, look at the third line. Okay, wherein old dents of deep wounds did remain. Yes, because it doesn't rhyme with A. Does that make sense? Okay, so number 3, line number 3, wherein old dents of deep wounds did remain. Okay, this rhymes with the first line, so this would be letter A. Okay, let's look at the fourth line. The cruel marks of many a bloody field. Okay, field is my next rhyme. Does it rhyme with anything? What does it rhyme with? Shield. So this would still be rhyme scheme letter B. Okay? Let's look at the fifth line. Yet arms till that time did he never wield. Okay? Does this rhyme with anything? Okay, so it would be B. Okay, because it rhymes with your letter B. So therefore, the rhyme scheme would be A, B, A, B, B. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, let's keep going. Lines number 6. His angry steed did chide his foaming bit. Okay? Does that rhyme with anything? No. So then that'd be a new rhyme, letter C. Okay, can everybody see over there? Okay. So plain, remain would be A and A. Shield, field, wield would be B. Bit doesn't rhyme with anything, so it would be a new rhyme scheme, letter C. Okay. Then let's look at the next one. As much disdain to the curb to yield. Okay. That rhymes with B, so that would still be B. Okay. And then the next line, sit and fit. Okay. This would be C and C because it rhymes with C. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, that is called a rhyme scheme. The rhyme scheme would be A, B, B, C, B, C, C. Okay, and that is characterized by a Spencerian stanza. This would be a Spencerian stanza, okay? So, here's this knight. He's riding on. It's kind of describing him. That's the exposition of the story, okay? And then in paragraph number 3, upon a great adventure he was bound, the greatest Gloriana to him gave. Okay, that is, Gloriana, we said, was the Queen Victoria, or Queen Elizabeth. Okay, so she depicted Queen Elizabeth. Okay, look at the next page. All right, page number 60. Okay, we see there's a lady with him. A lovely lady rode him fair beside upon a lowly ass more white than snow, yet she much whiter, but the same did hide under a veil. Okay, so her horse was white, she was much whiter, she was hidden under a veil, but then it was saying how she was sad, okay, and over all the black soul did she throw as one that inly mourns. So she was sad and heavy sat upon her palfrey slow. So why do you think she was sad? Okay, we kind of read it in the description before. Her parents were taken by the monster Error, okay? So she was probably sad, and then she's riding over all the land. She's seeing a bunch of sadness all around her, okay? So she also had a dwarf in stanza number 6, okay? Behind her, far away, a dwarf did lag. That was her servant, okay? So that lazy seemed in being everlast, or wearied with bearing of her back. So we kind of carried her stuff. So there's a dwarf, there's a lady, her name is Una, she characterized truth. Okay, and then lines number 7 or 11, it's saying how they came to a cave. They found Error's lair. In stanza number 12 and 13, it's kind of like a dialogue between Lady Una and the Red Cross Knight, and she's telling him not to go in because it's too dangerous. And then he ends up going in anyway, and then it just kind of gives the story of what happens in that story, or what happens, how he defeats the dragon Error. Okay, if you guys look throughout it all, there's different lines that can tell you the plot of the story. By which he saw the ugly monster playing. We are in stanza 14. Okay, by which he saw the ugly monster playing, half like a serpent, horribly displayed, but the other half did woman's shape retain, most loathsome, filthy, foul, and full of vile disdain. So it's describing the monster Error, okay? Line number 15, not line, but stanza 15 is kind of gross because it's saying how she has, like, young ones with her. It says, of her there bred 1,000 young ones, which she daily fed, sucking upon her poisonous dugs, each one of a sundry shapes, yet all ill-favored. Soon as that uncalf light shone upon them, into her mouth they crept, and sudden all were gone. So we know that they didn't like light when they saw the Red Cross Knight, okay? So then he's in there, he sees them, and then he fights them, obviously defeating them, and that's kind of the whole gist of the Fairy Queen, okay? So for homework tonight, you are to read pages 62 to 65. We are reading about Dr. Faustus, okay? Pages 62 to 65, reading about Dr. Faustus. And then you guys have, let me pull this out real quick. Okay, do you guys have any questions about the Fairy Queen? Nope. It's an interesting story, but it's kind of like Beowulf and an epic in that way. It wasn't written in Lottie language and all of that, but it has different aspects like the Spenserian stanza. Okay, so tomorrow we will go over and review phrases, clauses, and sentence structures, and then we will take a quiz over that on Wednesday. So depending on how well we do tomorrow, I'll gauge on that. But tonight is pages 62 to. Okay, you guys do have a quiz for in literature on Wednesday, pages 58 to 65. It's just some review. Okay. That'll be about the English poetry, rhyme, rhythm, and meter, the Fairy Queen, drama, and then Dr. Faustus. We will discuss that tomorrow. Your quiz 4 is on Wednesday, pages 58 to 65. Okay, go ahead and take out your, not grammar books, your English, vocab books, sorry. Your vocab books. Okay, so I announced this on Friday, but you guys have a review test. Not this Friday, but next Friday, October 30th. Okay, if you guys go to page 22. Okay, page 22, exercise A. Okay, this is tonight for homework. Actually, we haven't even done exercise 3 yet, or unit 3. Right, we just took quiz number 2, right? Okay, so not next Friday, but the Friday after, we'll go over different things like that. But this week, actually tonight for homework, do exercise A on page 22, okay? For list number 3. Okay, and then we'll review that, and then we'll have our quiz next week over list number 3. Forget about the review test because we haven't even done vocabulary list number 3. So we will do list number 3 this week, get quiz over that next week, okay? So next Tuesday is your list 3 quiz. Okay, so tonight for homework is page 22, exercise A. That is from vocabulary list number 3. Choose the word that best completes each sentence. And then make sure you guys are studying your vocab. So let's go over that really quickly with the last few minutes that we have. All right? I'm going to read the word, and then you read the definition to follow, okay? What does abdicate mean? All right, just a little louder, guys, and together, okay? Abdicate, ready, begin. To officially renounce power or neglect to complete a responsibility or duty. Okay, number 2, augment, to make greater as in size, quantity, and strength, to supplement. Number 3, elucidate, to make clear or plain, especially by explanation. Number 4, impeccable, not capable of sin, faultless. Number 5, indomitable, okay, not easily discouraged or defeated, unconquerable, okay? Make sure you guys are saying it nice and loud. Number 6, insurgent, rising in active revolt against constituted authority, okay? Number 7, penitent, feeling sorrow for one's sin and being willing to repent. Number 8, pestilent, tending to destroy life, dangerous to the moral, social, or political welfare of society, okay? Number 9, procrastinate. I feel like we're all familiar with this one, okay? To put off doing something until a future time, to postpone habitually, okay? Number 10, ruminate, to chew the cud, to meditate or reflect on. Number 11, strident, loud, harsh, grating. And then number 12, vulnerable, susceptible to wounds, open to attack. Okay? So tonight, do exercise A, and then we'll go over that tomorrow. Again, there is no review quiz on the 30th. I apologize about that. We still haven't done exercise or list number 3. I think Becca is having you guys study list number 3. Okay, study list number 3 and then take the entire review thing, but we're not going to do that. We're going to do list 3 and then take the review quiz, okay? Yeah. On Wednesday, on Wednesday it's over phrases, clause, sentence structures. I'm not exactly sure if we're going to do that on Wednesday. We'll go over that tomorrow. But it's over phrases, clauses, and sentence structures when we do take it. Are there any questions? Awesome. Okay. For lunch.
All right, welcome to Algebra 2. Let's get started. We're on page 86 of your textbook, page 86. We were talking about solving quadratic equations. We already talked about the first method, which is just factoring. If you can see it and you can do it quick, it's a quick, easy way to do it, especially if you can factor quickly in your head instead of the table method. But I don't normally focus on that because we're moving on. All right, however, there does exist a shortcut. So for example, if I have ax squared plus c equals 0, in other words, b is equal to 0, so there's no middle term, what we can do is then we can just solve for x like normal. So we would have ax squared is equal to negative c, and then x squared is equal to negative c over a, and then I just take the square root of both sides. Okay? So we can easily do that. Okay? So that's one of those things where if you see it, you can do it. So if we had x squared is equal to 9, x would equal plus or minus the square root of 3. All right, make sense? Keep in mind the square root of 9 is not plus, derp. It's not the square root of 3. You guys are just sitting there looking at it. Okay, moving on. Plus or minus 3. All right, the square root of 9 is not plus or minus 3. The solution to this equation is plus or minus 3. Do you see the difference? The square root of 9 is just 3 because it's the positive that we assume. We introduce the plus, negative, whatever, when we take the square root of both sides of an equation to make sure that both possibilities are accounted for. Okay? So that's just one of those things to consider. It's a technicality, but it's an important one. Oh, hey, the book mentions it there. Okay, moving on. All right, so example 2.4c. All right, we have 3x squared minus 4 equals 71. Okay, so this is what we call a pure quadratic. There's no linear term. Okay, the x squared is your quadratic term because quadra means squared. Linear is your term to the first power, and then your constant. So there's no linear term. Okay, so because of that, we're just going to try to solve by extracting the root. So 3x squared is equal to, add 4 to both sides, we get 75. Divide both sides by 3, we get 25. Take the square root of 25, it's 5, so plus or minus 5. All right, makes sense? And then you would check both, make sure that both in fact do work. 5 squared is 15, times 3 is 45. No. 5 squared is 25. Times 3 is 75 minus 4 is in fact 71. And if negative 5 is in there, the square gets rid of the negative and everything happens again. All right, example D. Oh, real quick note before the example. I'm sorry? Okay. Real quick note before the next example. If I have something like x squared plus 6x plus 9 equals 16, where it's a perfect square trinomial, we can go through and do x plus 3 squared equals 16 and then continue solving. Does that make sense? And so in that case, then we can just extract the root again. It's kind of a hybrid between factoring and extracting the root. Okay? But this is perfect square trinomial because it's in the form a squared plus 2ab plus b squared. You follow me? Okay. So that's what we're doing here. So if we're in example 2.4d, where w plus 2 squared is equal to 9, well, we can go ahead and take the square root. W plus 2 is equal to plus or minus 3. Well then, w plus 2 either equals 3 or w plus 2 equals negative 3. Okay, we just split it up again. And then you do w is equal to 1 or w is equal to negative 5. And both in fact work when you check. So negative 5 comma 1. All right, makes sense? We tend to list answers in the order they appear on the number line from left to right. So that's why the negatives come first. It's not wrong to do it the other way, it's just easier if we all follow the same way. All right, completing the square. Completing the square basically forces, oh goodness, okay. Let's just go right into an example. Essentially what we're going to do is we're going to force a perfect square trinomial, so that way we can go through and extract the square root. Okay, that's the idea of completing the square. So like in the previous example, I just showed you guys how we can take the square root and then solve. completing the square basically forces that situation. Okay, so let me show you guys what it does, and then we can go through and do that. So let's say we're given x squared plus 8x equals 4. Now your list of steps is on page 88. Okay, but this is a lot easier to teach just by going, all right, and looking at it. So first step you're going to do is you're going to rewrite it. But you're going to leave room for a constant term. You're not going to bring 4 over unless it happens to complete the square, okay, which it does not. Okay, so then in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to complete the square by adding in a constant to both sides. Okay, so I know 8 is 2 times the first times the last as far as the roots. So I'm going to divide by 2, that's 4, right? And then I'm going to square it. So I'm going to have 4 squared, and then I'm going to write 16 on this side. Now, 4 squared and 16 are equal, right? Yes? Okay. The reason why I'm writing it this way is because in the very next step, I'm going to factor. Okay? So we're going to have x plus 4 squared equals 20. And then now I can take the square root of both sides. So x plus 4 is equal to plus or minus the square root of 20. Now we need to simplify that. So 20, there we go, 20. So 2 goes into 20 10 times, 2 goes into 10 5 times. So I can say that this is equal to plus or minus 2 times the square root of 5. Okay? Does that make sense? Now I can go through and subtract 4 from both sides. So x equals negative 4 plus or minus 2 times the square root of 5. And that's as far as I can go. If we need approximate decimal places, we could with our calculator, but that's honestly where I would leave the answer unless we're told solve to the nearest hundredth or something. Okay? Does that make sense? Let's see here. They do mention that if you use rounded answers to check, you may notice that they don't exactly match. Like you'll get like 3.99 instead of 4. That means it worked. It just means the rounding messed it up. All right, example 2.4f. Okay, just so we can get some more practice with this. So we have example 2.4f where r squared plus 12r minus 2 is equal to 7. Well, now I don't have everything all to one side. So let's first of all consider the possibility, would subtracting 7 from both sides make this a perfect square trinomial? No. Okay, it wouldn't work. The 2 isn't making it a perfect square trinomial either, so let's go ahead and complete the square. So we have r squared plus 12r is equal to plus 2 to both sides, 9. Okay, so again, notice I'm leaving myself a gap, so I have somewhere to take care of this. So 12 divided by 2 is 6. Okay, so I'm going to add 6 squared, and I'm going to add 36, because that's 6 squared. Okay, and so we're going to have r plus 6 squared is equal to 45. Take the square root of both sides. And 45 is not a perfect square, but we can simplify it. 5, 9, 3, 3. So we can say plus or minus 3 times the square root of 5. So subtract 6 from both sides. R equals negative 6 plus or minus 3 times the square root of 5. And that would be as far as we can go. Okay? Making sense? Getting there? Okay. And G. Let's do that one. Now the temptation might be, just while I'm filling this in, to just learn the quadratic formula we're going to talk about tomorrow and just apply that all the time. The reason why we're teaching you all these is because there's times where we can't do that. And specifically, there's times where we have to complete the square in later math. So this is, even though this seems kind of roundabout and long, first of all, I'm hoping you guys are kind of seeing how it can be a shortcut. And then it is also a skill you need for later, even if you don't necessarily need them all the time for this type of problem. Okay? So first of all, the 5 can't do anything. And I really want to get rid of that 3. Okay? So first things first, let's just go ahead and take care of this 8. So we're going to say 3y squared minus 12y is equal to negative 3. All right, cool. Now I can go through and divide everything by 3. Do you see that? Okay, so that's going to make things a little easier for us. So we have y squared minus 4y is equal to negative 1. Okay, that's because we really need a perfect square in the beginning for that to work. So dividing by 3 was the best option for this problem. It may take a different form in a different problem. But anyway, all right, so let's go through and complete the square. So 4 divided by 2 is 2. So we're going to add 2 squared and add 4. Okay, so then we get y minus, your sign will always be this one, 2 squared is equal to 3. Take the square root of both sides. Y minus 2 is equal to plus or minus the square root of 3. There's no simplifying that. So y equals positive 2 plus or minus the square root of 3. All right, make sense? Cool. All right, homework tonight is practice 2.4, numbers 11 through 28. And we're going to do all. Okay? Kind of taking our time with this section, but we want to make sure we get it down because these are critical for later. And then we'll talk about the quadratic formula and the discriminant in tomorrow's class. Your guys' next quiz, let me see here. Whoops. What was that? Oh, okay, that's the thing. Let's see here. Oh, I have it right here. Your next quiz is over 2.3 and 2.4, and that's on Wednesday. And then the review exercise that comes after this will be due on Friday, just so you guys can have a heads up on that. Greens assigned, non-greens bonus. But we still have another day in 2.4 before any of that. Okay, so again, quiz on Friday over 2.3 to 2.4. All right. And distance learners, I'll see you guys later.